We will be getting underway here momentarily. We're going to kick off the FFA Sheep Show here in the 5 Points Bank Arena with our showmanship. So as soon as we get the thumbs up from Mr. Wallace, we'll know we'll be ready to go. We will have 2 classes of our out-of-school showmen. Then it'll go senior, junior, sophomores, freshmen, then junior high. Quick note, folks, you're going to start seeing these, especially to our parents of our FFAers, you're going to see these red Kasner cards. They're going to be handed out to our students. Have them hit the QR code on the back, fill out the paperwork that it's asked information about them and their schooling. Then they can get it punched in the office or by Dr. Overbeck, who is wandering around here somewhere. She has a paper punch, and it gets them a free scoop of ice cream down at the dairy store, which is located in the building for the 4-H stuff. Kicking it off with our out-of-school showman this morning, this is class number 1. And our judge today, we'd like to welcome Dr. Jeff Ripley from Texas. We'll get you some more information about Dr. Ripley shortly, but we appreciate him joining us here at the Nebraska State Fair.
Well, good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here. It's the opportunity to work with your exhibitors in the sheep showmanship and the sheep show later on today and tomorrow. Looking forward to it. Certainly, as we get into this first group here, no question the quality of sheep is going to be a lot of fun to work with. But in addition, the quality of showman is outstanding. There's not a showman out here that's not doing an awfully good job. Certainly experienced showmen, some that have been in the ring a whole bunch. But, for me, it comes down to some minor things. And we'll get more in depth about some of the things that I'm looking for and some of the things that these four did just a little better for me as we got them out here and sorted through. We're going to bring these four back into the finals for the out-of-school division. Every one of you did a great job. I appreciate the opportunity to work with you this afternoon. Let's give them a big round of applause if you would.
Here's the results of class number 1 of out-of-school showmen for our FFA members. Purple ribbon winners coming back for the out-of-school will be Colton Burnt from Riverside FFA, Kimber Schwishaw from Meriden FFA, William Skabinski from Ord FFA, and Allison Vavracek from the Schuyler Central FFA. The remainder are blue ribbon winners. Callie Collins from Northwest FFA, Kaylin Crumbliss from Sandy Creek FFA, Kaylee Eisenheimer from Ogallala FFA, Spencer Jabera from the Wilcox Hildreth FFA, Jalen Clement from Central FFA, Kyle Riak from Wisner Pilger FFA, Lauren Richards from Shickley FFA, Mason Stoddard from Blair FFA, and Lindley Sportsendruber from the Shickley FFA. In the ring now, you will see Class 2 of our out-of-school showmen.
Purple and blue everywhere. Another really deep competitive group of out-of-school showmen in this particular division. Again, just some minor things, some smoothness things. We'll talk more about the specifics as we get into the finals of what I saw, but just some smoothness factors, some really paying attention to feet and legs and keeping these things looking right out here on the profile is really important to me. A couple of showmen do an awfully good job in this particular group. Had a little trouble getting them to walk, and that's really important that they move around the ring and present themselves the way I like to see them on the walk. So some minor things separated these three for me, but another really good group. Let's give them a big round of applause if you would.
In the ring now is your purple ribbon winners from the combination of the two out-of-school showmen. We'll get you the results of Class 2 momentarily. Here's the results coming out of Class 2 of our out-of-school showmen. Purple ribbon winners back in the ring now include Clara Johnson from Palmyra FFA, Tavira Veras from Thayer Central FFA, and Seth Wirt from Central City FFA. Blue ribbon winners include Kenzie Wirt from Central City, Natalie Peppernick from the Ord FFA, Jordan Mussel from Wilbur-Catonia, Sean Kavanaugh from the Syracuse Dunbar Avoca FFA, Noah Jelinek from Waverly FFA, Bailey Hall from McCool Junction FFA, Keaton Fendig from Brady FFA, Erica Donahue from Central FFA, and Micaiah De La Cruz from Lakeview FFA.
Outstanding group of out-of-school showmen in our finals. Let's give them a round of applause before we start here, if you would. You know, these individuals did a great job in their prelims, just very few mistakes made. And that's what you would expect, honestly, with showmen that have this kind of experience, that have been in the ring probably as many times as these young people have, is you wouldn't expect to find mistakes, and we sure didn't see many. A couple of little bobbles, and I'll tell you, it comes down really to 2 or 3 showmen out here that kind of work their way into the top for me. And I'll tell you, the showman that ultimately is going to win it had a little bobble for me early. You know, when we first walk and when we get going out here on profile, I want you to leave just a little bit of space, okay, so that you can don't get too close to the one in front of you. Thank goodness for this individual. The one behind him left some space so we could kind of scoot back and fix at that particular time. But that was a little bit of a bobble. After that, this showman was pretty flawless in terms of the way we got him presented. I really like the look out here on profile. To me, that's where it really comes down, is a showman that can keep feet and legs gathered, that can make the sheep run uphill and keep his line straight, keep him level down his top, keep him where we need him to be. There's another showman out here that's awful good on profile, but at times just gets them a little gathered up. A couple more showmen out here on profile that are really good, but just let them get a little lazy in their top from time to time. It's hard when you're looking down that top to know what's going on with that spine. It really is. When you're from your vantage point, you can't see, or it's harder for you to see whether that hip loin's where it needs to be and whether that shoulder's coming up the way we want it to be. So it takes a lot of work and a lot of practice. And we got one showman out here that just was never out of sorts out here on profile. Excellent at getting them presented on the move. All of you did a great job giving me a good handle and a good touch. There's no question that you all know how to do that. You know, when I do the front view, when I'm looking at the front view, I don't want a showman to get so concerned about how quick you move from side to side, okay? If my eyes are still on the sheep and I'm looking at the front of that sheep, just stay where you are. Make your move after I move to the next one. As long as you're far enough back that I can see both shoulders and see that front end, you don't need to make that change until I've moved to the next sheep. One of you really got that and really was smooth in terms of that presentation for me as well as we got out here on that front view. Again, profile view with this individual was spot on. Each time that I looked, we had that sheep set the way it needed to be set. Excellent, get them presented on the move. A showman that I thought was really confident, that had the right kind of ring presence, that hit the ring, made eye contact, let me know that we're out here to get a job done, and certainly followed through and got the job done extremely well. The young man on the blue weather will be your champion today. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Colton Burnt from the Riverside FFA. Colton will be coming back at the end for the final drive for our showman. Entering the ring now is going to be our senior showmanship. There is only one division of seniors.
Well, a really good group of senior showmen out here. I thought, end to end, I thought these young people did an awfully nice job as well. There were a few that I pulled early that I just wanted to watch just a little more and see some things that I thought I saw. And you get into this top four, so I think that and you're not placed by any stretch. I pulled you. I wanted to get these four up front, and I felt like they were the four that are purple winners that certainly needed to be towards the top end. But I wanted to evaluate them. That's why I walked you again. What's really important for me is that you get them presented on the move, that you're pretty quick and pretty efficient when it comes time to stop, and you get them set and you make them look the part out here on profile. And you've got just a light brace on them. The sheep are bracing into you, but they're not just overdriving. You're just giving them a good where they're planing out. They're kind of wanting to run uphill. Your feet and legs are right. I thought you all did a really nice job with that. We can get picky and talk about feet and leg placement out here on profile. There's times that maybe, and I'll talk individually about a couple of them. The young lady in the front, there's a time or two, I just want to bump those front legs in under that sheep just a tick more. That sheep wants to be one that maybe stretches just a bit. That young lady is extremely, extremely smooth in terms of the way she gets that sheep presented. The young man that stands right behind her is another one that I thought was awfully, awfully good. And we're going the other way. There's a time or two that I want to take those front legs and bump them forward just a bit. That sheep kind of has the tendency to want to push in over his front legs. When it comes to finding the one that puts it all together for me, has the lines right, does a great job on the move, does a great job from the time we enter the gate, always has feet and legs set, really intense and really smooth at the head of the sheep. Young man in the second position is the one for me today. He's your champion in this position, in this division. Congratulations.
Entering the ring now will be our junior showman, junior class showman. Congratulations to Hayden Schroeder from the Wisner Pilger FFA. He will be your division champion and purple ribbon winner. He'll be coming back for that final showmanship drive yet today. Here's the results of other winners. Blue ribbon winners include Jackson Bonestead from Cook FFA, Sidney Crowe from Centennial FFA, Kale Laborny from Seward FFA, Kaylee Pansel from Newman Grove FFA, Ebony Drive from Sandy Creek FFA, and Braden Wegson from York FFA. Purple ribbon winners. As we already mentioned, Hayden Schroeder is your division winner. Other purple ribbon winners will be Kale DeZee from Westhold FFA, Lexi McCaffrey from Crete FFA, and Alex Meyer from the Elm Creek FFA. Again, in the ring now is your junior class showman.
Another outstanding division here with our junior class showman that we've got. A large set, a really deep set. You know, I've kind of cut it in half in my mind, and have the first half that I pulled randomly, not placed at all, and then the second half that I pulled randomly, not placed at all. So where you stand has nothing to do with where you wind up in terms of the final placing, other than starting here with the young lady on the natural weather forward of the showman that'll be purple today, that I thought maybe were just a little more polished, that did a little nicer job with feet and legs and getting them presented out here on profile, trying to make them look the part and kind of want to run uphill and just holding them together when we set them on the move, and showman that I thought maybe gave me a little better touch and handle when I came in and put my hands on them. I do think, you know, there's some give and take, and there's some things, in my mind, I have to blot out, is it the sheep or is it the showman, in terms of some things that I want to change. There's a showman or two out here that I think do a really good job, and they've just got sheep that are a little heavier headed, kind of want to pull down and don't want to plane out and run uphill and give that look from the side that we're looking for. You set them on the move, the old sheep look pretty good. So they're just those that kind of want to pull back. But as a showman, that is your job. You've got to figure out how to make those things want to brace into you and drop just a little bit at the hip so they're taller fronted and give that look from the profile. We've got one showman out here that in my mind was awfully good from start to finish. Probably does the best job on profile of combining some brace and some look from the side. Always had the sheep running uphill. Feet and legs were always set, but where this individual wins for me today is when we get out here and you study them on profile. That's the one where the sheep just naturally wants to brace and drive. The showman, I think, is in a perfect position in terms of body placement and feet and leg placement of the showman, so that sheep wants to run uphill and is comfortable in bracing into her the entire time that we have them out here in this profile view. Outstanding group of showmen. Again, the one that suits me the best today is a young lady that's in the third position right here on the weather. Congratulations.
In the ring now is our sophomores. We have two classes, so this is sophomore class 1. Here's your results coming out of our juniors. Blue ribbon winners include Connor Cauldron from Sandy Creek, Peyton Eisenhower from Bloomfield, Corey Kavanaugh from Syracuse Dunbar Avoca, Caitlin Kirchhoff from EMF, Jaylee Kramer from Adams Central, and Leanne Faber from Pender. Purple ribbon winners for our FFAers include Haley Downing from Palmyra, Daphne Jelichka from the Lee, Ava Carnop from West Point, Emily Munz from the Elmwood Murdoch FFA, and Taylor Saban from the Elmwood Murdoch FFA. And of course, congratulations to Grace Mitchell from the O'Neill FFA. She's a purple ribbon division champion. She'll competing at the end against all our other division winners.
another really deep and a really impressive group of showmen in our first set of sophomores. I pulled 5 that we're going to bring back into the finals after we look at the second group. Did a few of the small things, maybe for me just a little better, and probably combine some brace and some feet and leg placement, some look on the move and on profile, maybe just a bit better than some of those that didn't quite get over the top in this particular group. I thought all of you did an awfully good job, though, from start to finish. A couple of sheep that maybe just didn't want to cooperate quite as well, and that's part of showmanship, is how they want to act at that particular time can have a big impact. But I thought you all did a really good job. I appreciate you coming in and giving me the opportunity to take a look. Let's give them a big round of applause.
We understand that there's some assistance needed in the stands. Where is that at? If you can raise your hand, please.
Medical emergency.
Somebody needed medical assistance in the stands? Okay.
Results in sophomore showmanship class 1 receiving purple ribbons were Preston Bobenmeyer of McCook, as well as Alexander Klott of Wilcox Headrith, as well as Mackenzie Pitzmeyer of Delaware Odell, Avery Reuter of Scotts Bluff, and Elizabeth Skabinski of Ord FFA. Receiving blue ribbons in class number 1, our sophomore age division, were Acacia Alber of Blue Hill, as well as Carter Check of Aquinas, Ella Crumblis of Sandy Creek, Linda Donahue of Central FFA, as well as Jacob Jesbra of Wilcox Hildreth, Hallie Meyer of Broken Bow, Kylie Odell of Bertrand Loomis, and Ali Smith of Sargent FFA also received a blue ribbon in that sophomore division, class 1.
Another really deep, really quality group of showmen in this sophomore group here. I think, again, we've just kind of cut them in half. I think we've got a handful that walked in that command your attention really quick in terms of ring presence, in terms of presentation on the move and on the side. And then some others that kind of work their way up that do a really nice job the longer that we're out here, just getting these sheep presented out here on the side, giving a good handle, really paying attention to feet and legs and some of the major things that we need to pay attention to. Again, I don't think major mistakes made by any of them. Another really deep group of showmen. We'll work into our finals and talk a little more about some of the details with these sophomores. But let's give them a big round of applause on a good set.
So this is the final drive?
Final drive of sophomores.
All right, in the ring now is our final drive for the sophomores. Here's your results coming out of Class 2. Your blue ribbon winners include Addison Fouch from EMF FFA, Halevi Bertolution from the Lakeview FFA, and Emma Hall from McCool Junction FFA. Regina Penn from Cambridge FFA and Hallie Bacorny from Wheeler Central FFA. Purple ribbon winners include Arabella Rushmeider from the Shelton FFA, Jillian Muntz from the Elmwood Murdoch FFA, Kagan Kirshner from the Sutherland FFA, Kinley Fadig from the Brady FFA, along with Wyatt Evelson from the Beatrice FFA, and Lauren Brem from the Nebraska Ag Academy. On the backside of our list, our blue ribbon winners also include Gavin Root from Central City FFA, Shaylee Sanderson from Pender FFA, and a purple ribbon winner to Annabelle Vandermee from the Chadron FFA.
Well, in my opinion, this group gets really deep and really tough and really competitive all the way through. Let's give them a big round of applause for getting it back out here in the finals. There's any number of you that could win this division on any given day. And, you know, I've always said showmanship's a team sport. And we've got to have a lamb and a showman that really are working together well on that given day to be competitive in showmanship. And we probably had just a little more of that with these four that I've pulled and worked just a little bit more. Really good showmen, but also have sheep that kind of like to get out here and cooperate and stay set up. And they're not having to reset legs constantly. They're being able kind of to drive from the front. Just do some minor movements on the front of that sheep with their head or with their hands and with their bodies and keep those sheep pretty well set. These showmen are really smooth, did an awfully good job. Great job out here on the profile with these four. These sheep always had feet and legs set where they need to be for the most part. We've got them running uphill. We've got sheep that kind of want to brace into them and plane out and give you that right kind of look from the profile, being taller at the point of the shoulder than they are at their hip. And I think these showmen did an awfully good job with that. The little drill I have you do when I ask you to walk them to me and turn around and go back, you know, part of that is just to see how you react. And what I really want, I want you to walk them straight to me so I can see what that front end looks like on the move. And then I want you to turn and walk them right straight back away from me so I can see base width and see how those sheep travel on their rear legs. I'm not picky at all about whether you decide you're going to push that sheep through the turn or pull that sheep through the turn. Either way, if you get in between me and your sheep, it's going to be for that long. It's easier many times to push through the turn, just to go ahead and push that sheep through the turn and go straight away. It's easier to make them walk that straight line back away from me. You know, and I know if you haven't done that many times, you're sitting there thinking, what am I supposed to do here? And that's natural. Just push the sheep through the turn, get them turned, and go straight back to the line is what we ultimately want to do. And I think, you know, that helped me begin to sort maybe a showman or two that I thought were at the very top, and certainly they were. When we come in and handle, I think there's one showman that just separates just a little bit. And, you know, and I'm not going to critique each one of you. Feet and leg set is critical. There's a couple of you that times let those back legs get a little too close for me. Your job as a showman is to know what the weakness is in your sheep and know how you fix it. If you've got one that's just a little bit narrower based out here, you want to make sure you keep those sheep standing wide enough to try to hide a little bit of that. We're probably going to see it when we set them on the move, but out here on profile, you want to try to hide some of that. So make sure that you've got them setting really square. Now, I'd say that every one of y'all did a really good job of where your front legs are, coming right straight out of the shoulder, got them setting at about the right distance apart, and wanting to run uphill. All of you did a really good job with that. Where it sorts for me is when I come in and handle the one that combines feet and leg placement, handle quality, the way that we got them presented on the move, a showman that I thought was extremely smooth, probably the one that had the biggest, just maybe not quite sure what to do, turning and going back, but that's a minor thing for me. Once that we made the decision, went right straight back and did a great job. The lady in the front, you're champion in this division today. Congratulations.
Our congratulations to Jillian Muntz from the Elmwood Murdoch FFA chapter. She will be your sophomore class division grand champion. We'll have a single class of our freshmen. There will be 8 in this class.
let's put our hands together for our freshman division out here. Did a really nice job. Again, I think all of you did the big things that we need to do extremely well. We've got body position right. We've got sheep that are wanting to run uphill. They're bracing when I come in to get a touch. I think we've got showmen that are paying attention and understanding the view that I want. You all gave me a front view when I needed to. You all did a nice job of just making sure the sheep stayed set. I just think there's one out here today that just elevates a little bit. If there was going to be a showman that I wanted to pull out and demonstrate how to present one on the move, it would be the showman that wins this division. I think just outstanding in terms of the way we use the ring, the way we make the sheep move at the pace we want it to move instead of having to reach back and get them going. Just a sheep that wants to move out naturally, and a showman that makes that thing run uphill all the way around. Did an outstanding job. And then when we stop, super efficient. Getting feet and legs set, gave me a great touch and a great handle. I thought a showman that in this particular division was outstanding today. The young lady in the second position here is your champion. Congratulations.
We're moving on now to our junior high showman. This is class 1 of 2. Here's your results of that freshman class. Blue ribbon winners include Kaylee Wergzen from the York FFA, Taylor Shaw from Anselmo Marina FFA, Kyson Kirchhoff from the EMF FFA. Your purple ribbon winners include Ellen Schmidt from Fairbury FFA, McKenna Rachi from Adams Central FFA, Melanie Korth from the Blair FFA, and of course, congratulations to Colburn Clausen from the Cambridge FFA, your purple ribbon and division grand champion.
Well, another outstanding group as we get into our freshman division. Let's give these young people a round of applause on a really good set. I've pulled 4 over here that, to me, when we get out here on profile, just did a little better job with feet and legs, making those sheep handle and push and drive just a little bit harder. Kind of want to run uphill and just keeping those sheep set out here on profile and giving them the right look. And design from the side in terms of the way we're getting in front of them. Some little things that I would work on, even with some that we pulled, is, you know, we've got a pretty good size ring out here. Let's use it. So, you know, when we're walking, let's use the majority of the ring so we don't have corners cut short and we can keep our lines pretty straight. So that's just something that I would say as we get into the finals later, we're certainly going to be looking a little bit harder at how we use the ring and how we get around and get them set out here on profile. But really, really good group of freshmen. Another outstanding set. Let's give them another round of applause if you would. Great job.
Entering the ring now is our second class of junior high exhibitors. Here's results of Class 1 Junior Showmanship. Blue ribbon winners will include Colby Carmen from the Shelton FFA, Cameron Z from the West Holt FFA, Troy Max Sakutura from the Pleasanton FFA, Joanna Borney from the Seward FFA, Carson Shaw from the Anselmo Myrna FFA, and Brendan Karkowski from the Loop City FFA. Purple ribbon winners are Brenly Albert from the Blue Hill FFA, Jada Clement from the Central FFA, Leah Lambert from the Crawford FFA, Macy Ratchie from the Adams Central FFA.
Let's put our hands together for these. I called the last group freshmen, but for these junior high students, let's give them a round of applause. That probably wasn't a slip of the tongue. These guys are good enough to be beyond that junior high age, so they had me confused. But we're another really good, really deep group out here. You can see I could just continue to pull, but I think we've just got showmen out here that understand the basics and the fundamentals from end to end. Do a really good job of just knowing what to do and then executing. But we've got a group over here that I pulled that probably give me just a little harder touch, do a little better job of kind of positioning themselves in front of the sheep and giving that sheep something to brace into and kind of run uphill out here on profile. Not to take anything away from anybody in the group, I thought they were outstanding. Let's give them a big round of applause, and we'll work through our finals in this group. Congratulations.
Bringing in our purple ribbon winners now for our junior high showmanship showdown here. Here's the results of class number 2. Blue ribbon winners include Aubrey Grodelichen from Lakeview FFA, Cameron Kirchhoff from the EMF FFA, Rosemary Krager from Centennial FFA, and Sydney Pansel from the Newman Grove FFA. Purple ribbon winners include Josie Root from the Central City FFA, Alea Papernick from the Ord FFA, Grant Mussel from the Wilbur Claytonia FFA, Joel Kavanaugh from the Syracuse Dunbar Avoca FFA, Lauren Johnson from the Palmyra FFA, and Camden Fadig from the Brady FFA.
Well, let's give our finalists a big round of applause in our junior high division, if you would. I think this gets awfully competitive up at the very top of this particular set. Maybe some little things that help separate two or three that probably separate from the rest of the group. And I'm not, again, I'm not going to take anything away from any of you that got called back. If you made it back out here, you're a pretty good showman. You did an extremely good job in your division. You're showmen that understand what we need to do to get your lamb exhibited and to get all out of them that you possibly can out here in the classes. So just making the finals, huge deal in my opinion. So congratulations to each of you. I'll just point out two or three that probably just elevate just a little bit, that maybe just have a little more of that ring presence and ring polish, that maybe get just a little more out of their sheep when I come up to handle them. And to me, as I stand off right here, they still kind of want to separate and kind of want to stand out. And that's the two young ladies that are in the 2 and 3 position and the young lady that's in the 5 position as we study them out here. Just maybe give me a little better look from the side. When we ask them to go, I thought they were a set of showmen that were pretty smooth and could get those sheep to move and could present them the way that I like to see them on the move, kind of running uphill, moving at a natural pace. Yeah, from time to time we have to reach back and bump a dock to keep them going, but no major flaws in terms of getting those sheep exhibited out on the move. I thought, though, when we ask them, when we stop over here, I've always said probably the 2 worst times that you can present, that when the sheep's going to look their worst, is when you get out of them to start walking and then when you stop walking before you get them set. That's why I'm pretty critical on being efficient, being quick, and being able to get them stuck pretty quick after we stop. And, boy, there's one that I thought was awfully good at that. I never caught this sheep out of sorts in terms of feet and leg set, in terms of the way we looked on the side. Showman's super intense. I thought one that in that first heat caught my attention right off the bat when we came in. Really does a great job of using the ring. And again, probably gives me the best touch and the best handle. Easily the most efficient when it comes time to stop and get them set. That's this young lady in the 5th position here. She's your winner. Congratulations.
And congratulations, representing the junior high is going to be Jada Clement from the Central FFA. Okay. All right, let's welcome in for the final drive of your showmanship. Representing your champion out-of-school showman, Colton Byrne from the Riverside FFA. Your champion senior showman is Hayden Schroeder from the Wisner Pilger FFA. Your champion junior sheep showman, Grace Mitchell from the O'Neill FFA. Your champion sophomore sheep showman is Jillian Munz from the Elmwood Murdoch FFA. The champion freshman sheep showman is Colburn Clausen from the Cambridge FFA, and your champion junior high showman is Jada Clement from the Central FFA. And just a quick note, while this judging is going on, we will be taking a 10-minute break on the sheep side before we start our breeding show. And that 10-minute break will take place at the conclusion of our champion selection.
Well, if y'all would, let's congratulate our division winners out here in our overall drive. I just think this is an elite set of showmen from end to end. I think all of you do just an exceptional job. You won your divisions. There wasn't a single division that was easy. Every one of you won a tough division to get back out here and get the opportunity to compete for a champion overall in the showmanship division. You know, it comes down to little things for me, and showmen that are really smooth, that have that ring presence, that catch your attention early. You know, we've all been taught that first impressions are important. Well, they are, and even in showmanship, how you enter the ring and the impression you make on the judge at the very beginning will have some impact on how you end up, particularly in showmanship. But even in the show itself, sometimes that keeps in a judge's mind and will continue to weigh as we sort through classes, and it might make a difference of a place or two for you in the end in terms of where you place. So first impressions are really important. I love to watch sheep move. I love to watch livestock in general move when I'm judging. So being able to get them presented on the move is awfully important for me. And there's several of you that elevate and do a little better job with that. Most decisions in a sheep show for me are made right here in this profile view. So what you're able to do in terms of keeping them set, in terms of presenting from the side, making them have just a little bit of touch and handle when I come in, but still be braced right here and want to be running uphill and give that right kind of look. Every single one of you do a pretty nice job with that. You know, I asked you to change and show another sheep, and I don't know how it looked from the stands, but from where I sat, you know, I kind of had in my mind a top two as I sorted, as you came in, as I handled you the first time, thinking back even to your classes, I kind of had a top two. Then when I asked you to change, it didn't get much easier because those top two, in my mind, did a phenomenal job on the sheep that they got put on, that's not their own. Showmanship is primarily about what you do with your sheep. One thing you'll notice is I'm not big on questions. You haven't seen me ask questions because for me, showmanship is about exhibition. It's about getting your sheep exhibited. I'm thoroughly impressed with kids that understand the total project. I think that's really important. And we have other opportunities where I am, so, you know, skillathons and quiz bowls and those sorts of things to do some of those other things. For me and where I really place my emphasis in showmanship, it's how you get them presented, how you can get your lamb and hide the faults and accentuate the positives and make them look their absolute best on show day. That's what showmanship is for me, and that's where I spend my time out here. So, you know, it's what you did with your own sheep is really important, and y'all did a really good job with your own sheep. When I asked you to change and show another sheep, there were two of you that stayed at the top. And I will tell you it's the two on each end, in my mind, that moved to the top early and have stayed at the top as we work through. As I think through what you did with the other sheep, as I think through how your lamb looked when it wasn't you showing it versus how your lamb looks right now with you showing it, there's one showman that just separates in here today, the one that I think's got the just a tremendous future ahead in terms of showmanship, and is the one today that has done the best job from start to finish, and that's our junior high showman. Congratulations.
Congratulations, Jada Clement from the Central FFA. She is going to be your supreme FFA showman coming out of the junior high showmanship. Folks, we are going to take a 10-minute break, so about 3:15 we will be back with the FFA breeding show. Again, congratulations, Jada. And welcome back on the sheep side as we continue today. This is going to be your FFA breeding sheep show. Kicking it off, these are going to be our Dorset ewes. These will be ewe lambs born after September 30th of 24. Our judge is Dr. Jeff Ripley, recently retired as the Associate Director of County Operations with the Texas A&M AgriLife Extension Service. In his role, he provides leadership for the 12 district extension administrators who supervise all county extension agents across the state. Prior to his role, he had served as the Associate Professor and Extension Specialist, District Extension Administrator, and as a County Extension Director and County Extension Agent, totaling over 34 years of extension service. He and his wife Tina live in Franklin, where they own and operate a hardware store. They have 4 children, all of whom participate in the Junior Livestock Program in Texas. They also have 1 grandchild who is next up in the show ring. He really enjoys judging livestock shows and has judged across the country, including the Houston Livestock Show, the American Royal, the Dixie National, Oklahoma Youth Expo, Tulsa State Fair of Texas, Iowa State Fair, Fort Worth Livestock Show, and numerous state fairs, regional, county, and local shows. We welcome Dr. Ripley once again to our show ring to judge our FFA sheep.
Really nice set of Dorset ewes to start with here. One that just wins the class nicely in terms of the way she's built from the ground up. A really stout made, really open caged, big-bodied kind of a female that's still extremely attractive up in the front third, really feminine in terms of the way she's made through her head, neck, and shoulder. Love the way she handles herself as we ask her to go. Maybe not quite as true in terms of her type, in terms of breed, but I think one that from the female standpoint, you really have to appreciate what she has to offer in terms of rib, in terms of body, in terms of skeleton design. That's an awfully good one. Same story with the next one. She's probably one that's just a little quicker in terms of her pattern, but when you study her and you compare it to the sheep that stands right behind her, there's just more width when you study her underneath. Analyze her up through her chest floor, analyze her as she goes away. She maintains her width to the ground better. Certainly really big in terms of her center body. Another one that I think is feminine and attractive. Maybe we'd like to see her just a tick bigger in her kind as we compare it to the ewes on either side, but there's more productivity in her in terms of body and in terms of volume. A really balanced, really attractive one here in third that when I get right here on this three-quarter view, I just want to pull her apart from hooks to pins, open her up and widen her as she goes away just a tick. I really like her in terms of the way she's made in the front third of her skeleton. Shoulder lays in her right. She's tall-fronted, a sheep that's good in her center body. Just needs a tick more width going away to move up further in the class, but that's a nice one as well. Another really good class here. Congratulations.
Up next will be our Yearling Dorsets. This is our cheat sheet. And here's your results of your Dorset Lamb class. Blue ribbon winners go to Bailey Hall from McCool Junction FFA, Kaylee Pansel from the Newman Grove FFA, and to Kaylee Wegzern from the York FFA. Purple ribbon winners will include Melanie Korth of the Blair FFA. Second purple will go to Arabella Rossmeyer from the Shelton FFA. And first purple exhibited by Josie Ritter from the West Point FFA.
Nice pair of females in our yearling class. The ewe that we start with today has just got more volume and more capacity when you study her. She's bigger in her center body, one that's tremendous in terms of base width and in terms of width from hooks to pins going away. Appreciate the way that she's made from her last rib back and the width that she has in her upper hip. Stout made in terms of feet and bones. Probably a sheep that for me is carrying a little more condition than I would consider ideal, probably more than I would like going into breeding, but certainly one that from a construction standpoint, there's just more to her in terms of width and volume. I think a very production-oriented kind of a female. The ewe in second is one that is bred. It's already starting to make a little bit of a bag. I think one that certainly is going to do a nice job for this young lady. For me, I'd stouten her just a bit. And again, we get to her center body. I just want to open her up and get a little more shape and volume right there through her cage. But I think a really nice female as well. Good pair. Congratulations.
Over on the sheep side, congratulations in your yearlings. First purple will go to Arabelle Rossmeyer from the Shelton FFA. Second purple goes to Bailey Hall of the McCool Junction FFA. Underway now is your selection of your champion, Dorset ewe.
Well, I think a really nice set of Dorsets out here in our champion drive. I think both of these classes are represented with a nice pair. We've got a pair of ewe lambs that we just talked about as being a pair that just were tremendous in terms of muscularity, but still really well built in terms of width, in terms of dimension, the way they handle their feet and legs. Good bodied kind of females that stay shallow through their front end, open up extremely well in their center rib, built right from their last rib back and open up nicely from hooks to pins. The ewe that won it, that extra length, that extra extension that she's got up through the front third of her skeleton gave her the nod in that particular pair. The sheep that won our yearling class we talked about as being just really bold and really production oriented, carrying more condition than I like, and but one that I think you can certainly appreciate as being extremely good in her center rib, really open from hooks to pins. Then the bred ewe that was second right behind her was one that maybe gets just a little finer and plainer in terms of the way she's made, but certainly a ewe that you love the front third, the extension, the elevation that she has. So I think a really nice set. I think when you start looking at these and how they represent the breed in terms of muscularity, in terms of stoutness, in terms of width and dimension, it's hard to get around these ewe lambs today. They're going to be champion in reserve. Congratulations.
And congratulations, your champion Dorset ewe exhibited by Josie Ritter from the West Point FFA. Your reserve goes to Arabelle Rossmeyer from the Shelton FFA. We've now moved into our Dorset Rams. This is going to be your lamb class, a single entry as you folks can see.
Well, just a single entry Dorset Ram here, but one that could stand some competition in my mind. I like the way this one's made skeletally, particularly from his hip forward. I think he's one that's got a tremendous shape and turn to his rack. I love the way his shoulder lays in him, the height at the point of his shoulder. Maybe we'd change him just a bit from his last rib back and level him and square him out his dock just a bit, but a really sexually mature ram that I think's ready to go to work for this young lady. She's going to do an awfully good job. Nice single entry. Congratulations.
And congratulations to Bailey Hall from the McCool Junction FFA. She will have your champion Dorset Ram. There'll be a single entry for flock, please.
Well, a nice flock, and to me, a really uniform flock when you analyze these three sheep. I think they're made similar. I visited with the young lady that owns them. She's got a very clear idea of what she's trying to do with this flock, where she wants to improve, and what she wants to produce out of her set of sheep. And I think certainly she's got a great idea of what she wants to do in terms of frame size and muscularity, and still having some look and some balance and some design. I think certainly we've got pieces here that are going to do that extremely well. Nice flock of Dorsets. Congratulations to this exhibitor on a good set of sheep.
And congratulations to Bailey Hall from McCool Junction FFA with the champion flock. As we move along this afternoon, we're moving now into our Hampshire ewes. There should be 7 coming in for this Hamp class. These lambs were born after September 30th of 24. As always, we would like to thank our FFA Sheep Show sponsors, including the Burma's FFA, Cressier Incorporated, Fairbury FFA, Farmers Cooperative, Kevin and Barb Cook, Medicine Valley FFA, Oakland Craig FFA, Spencer and Katie Cook, St. Paul FFA, Tread Central, Victoria Armstrong, Agco Ella Bowling, Nebraska FFA Foundation, and Ryan and Kristen Hasselbrook.
I think this is an extremely difficult class. There's maybe not one in here that hits everything and checks everything that I want to see in terms of breeding sheep. I think we've got the ewe that wins it, that when we get on the profile, you know, it's not close in terms of design, in terms of the way that she presents herself from the side, the way her front end is constructed, the height at the point of her shoulder, the way her head and neck come out of the top of her shoulder. She's big-footed. She's beautiful on the move. does she have quite enough in terms of width and muscle? And that's the question that I had to ask myself. Yeah, I want more. I'd like to see a little more center body in her. I'd like to see a little more shape when we come right in behind her. But from a skeletal standpoint, there's just too many pluses and too many positives in a breeding sheep show. If this is a weather class, we might be talking different. But in this breeding sheep show, there's too many positives skeletally for me to let her get beat in this particular class. If you're wanting one that has a tremendous amount of shape and muscle, that's this one here in second. Just huge in terms of rack shape, in terms of width, and the way that she handles down her top. I need to change her right up through her shoulder and the way her neck connects. She wants to tie just a little low, and when we set her on the move, she's a sheep that's not quite as tall-fronted, that just doesn't elevate and give you quite as good a look. Love her from the way that she handles down her top, the whip that she's got in her upper hip. Love the shape that she gives you when you come right in behind her. I don't think there's any question. This is one that's going to be productive, is going to do a great job in the breeding pen. She's a donor kind of female. For me, she's one that I just need to change skeletally in that front third to get around the sheep that stood ahead of her in class today. Really, really good one. She's a female that I think checks lots of boxes. The one in third here, I think, is most closely aligned with the one that stood right ahead of her from a handle standpoint. She's got a tremendous amount of muscle and shape down her top. She probably is a little more attractive in her shoulder and up in her head and neck than the sheep that was second. She's one, though, that when we get on this three-quarter view of our top end, probably is the narrowest from hooks to pins. Wants to pinch there for me just a tick more than those that stand ahead, but I think that's a really nice female in her own right. This is a good class. Congratulations to these exhibitors on a nice set of Hampshire ewe lambs.
The ring on the sheep side is our Southdown ewes. Here's your results out of your Hamps. Blue ribbon winners include Lauren Richards from the Shickley FFA, Taya Hamilton from the Nebraska Ag Academy FFA, Addison Fouch from EMF FFA. Keisha Alber from the Blue Hill FFA. Now your purple ribbon winners will include Taya Hamilton from the Nebraska Ag Academy FFA. Second purple and your division reserve exhibited by Lexi McCaffrey from the Crete FFA. And your first purple and division grand representing the Hamps will be Colburn Clausen of the Cambridge FFA. Again, Southdown ewes in the ring.
Really nice set of Southdown ewe lambs out here. I think you want to talk about differences. There's not two sheep in here that are alike in terms of design, in terms of the way that they're built. So you find the ones that have the most quality, that put the most good together from a skeletal design standpoint, from a width and muscularity standpoint, from a maternal standpoint, and you work them towards the top. And that's what we've done with these top three. I do think our pair that are ultimately first and second are a pair that are the most alike in terms of their skeletal design. These two sheep are tall-fronted. They're attractive in terms of the way they're made up to their head, neck, and shoulder. They're sheep that are opened up nicely in their center body, and they've got enough width out in their upper hip for me. I think when you compare the two, certainly there's more shape and turn and muscularity in the ewe that wins it. Not only is she big-framed, and I appreciate that about her, but she's big-framed and combines it with stoutness and muscularity and width. A huge bone, big-footed kind of a female, just one that to me looks like a mama ewe going down the road and that I think is going to be awfully good. She's wider base. She maintains her width through her hocking to the ground better than the ewe that's in second. I think the ewe in second maybe is one that's a little more attractive in terms of head and neck set, but she does want to get just slightly out of balance. She gets a little bit more up in her rear flank, drops her breastplate just a tick more than the ewe that wins the class and beats her, but I think that's one that still balances up nicely from the side and on the move. Muscularity, width, and stoutness galore in this one here in third. I love a lot of things about this one. From the middle of her rib cage back, I like her as well as anything in here. Big square rack, extremely good in terms of the way her loin lies in her. She's big-hipped, tremendous amount of shape and muscle. She's one that, for me, just gets a little more opened up in her front end. She drops her breastplate a tick more. She comes out not quite as balanced and attractive in that front third as the two that stand ahead of her. But, boy, there's pieces in this one that I think are going to make her a lot of fun to breed and use in a program trying to raise high-quality Southdown lambs in the future. There's lots of good things in this particular female. Congratulations to this young lady on a nice one. As we got into fourth and below, there's still a lot of quality down here. I talked to these kids about kind of what I saw in their sheep and where they fell out of that top end, but I thought end-to-end a really good set of Southdown ewes. Let's give them a round of applause on a good set. What do? We got the veterans, we got the yearlings, and
Now we move on to our Southdown Rams. These are lambs born after September 30th of 24. Your results of your Southdown ewe lamb class. Blue ribbon winners will include Emma Hall from the McCool Junction FFA, Lauren Brem from the Nebraska Ag Academy FFA, Micaiah De La Cruz from the Lakeview FFA, Liam Paper from the Pender FFA, Colton Carmen from the Shelton FFA, Addison Fouch from the EMF FFA. Purple ribbon winners will include Seth Wirt from the Central City FFA, Kaylee Gach from the Loop City FFA, Elizabeth Spaginski from the Ord FFA. Second purple will go to Kenley Fadig from the Brady FFA. That will also be your division reserve. And congratulations to Carter Chuck from the Aquinas Catholic FFA, your first purple and division champion.
Nice pair of yearling rams in our Southdown division. A yearling ram that we'll start with at the young ladies. Just more of him today in terms of frame size, in terms of width and stoutness. I think this is a ram that certainly you can see has got some muscle. He's big enough framed. He's tall fronted and attractive from the side, but he's just stouter made and wider in terms of his construction as we compare him to the ram that's second in this particular class. No question the ram in second's given up a little bit of age, and certainly his better days are going to be ahead of him. I think both of these sheep have got some things that you really have to appreciate and will offer some good things to some flocks in the future. Congratulations on a nice pair.
We'll have a single entry in our Yearling Southdown ram, born March 5th of 24. In our lamb class for our rams, congratulations to Arabelle Rothsmeyer from the Shelton FFA. She will be purple 1. Lamb paper from Pender FFA with purple 2.
Well, just a single entry here, but a sheep that I think could stand competition. He's big framed, he's stout in terms of his foot and bone. Maybe not quite as much leg wool as some that we've seen, but you study him in terms of true foot size. This is a pretty stout kind of a buck, and I think one that you can see opens up nicely from hooks to pins, stays level down his top. Certainly one that's sexually mature for his age and where he is. Just a nice ram, I think, to win this yearling class. Congratulations on a nice single entry.
And congratulations to Lauren Brown from the Nebraska Ag Academy. Let's bring those first purples back in and your second purple for making this selection of our champion in reserve, Southdown Ram.
Well, I think we got a nice set of rams out here to evaluate. Our two class winners, I think, are pretty similar in terms of their skeletal design. I think both of these sheep are level top. Both of these sheep are elevated in their front end. Both of these sheep have got some width in their center body, are built right from their last rib back in terms of squareness and levelness in their upper hip. I think where you can separate, maybe we've got one that's just a tick stouter in terms of true foot size, maybe just a tick more masculine in terms of his appearance today. And even though he's carrying just a tick more condition, I think there's more true muscle shape in the yearling when you come right in behind him and you study him in terms of the width that he offers through his hock and the shape that he's got right there across his stifle. I think we've got just a tick more muscle in him. I think it's a close placing between the two, but for me, the yearling's the champion. The ram lamb will be reserved. Congratulations.
And congratulations to Lauren Bren. Lauren, out of the yearling class, will be your champion southbound ram exhibitor. Reserve will go to Arabella Rossmeyer. As we continue on this afternoon, this is your all other breeds. Ewes, all other breeds.
Another nice class, obviously a very different kinds of class. We've got a number of breeds in here, a number of different types and kinds of sheep, but we just have to sort the sheep based on quality and based on where we are today. And certainly the natural ewe that wins it is the one that's offering the most in terms of muscularity, in terms of center body and dimension and volume from end to end. She's the big-footed, the wide-based one, but she's still really attractive, and she's smooth in her shoulder. She's attractive and extended up through her front end. I like the elevation that she offers at the top of her shoulder, the femininity in her head and neck, and the way that she's put together in the front third of that skeleton to go with the power and muscle that she has. We're probably a little more cut up in the rear flank of this one here in second, one that I probably would add just a little stoutness at the ground as we compare to the sheep that stands ahead of her, but the length that she's got, the width and shape that she's got as we compare to the next pair in class just suit me a little better. She's a little more open in her center body. She's got a little more true shape when you handle her down her top as compared to the two Dorset Advantage ewes, which come next for me in this particular class. And they sort when you put your hands on them. We just got more muscularity and shape in the smaller ewe, a little more condition, a little more plainness of handle in the bigger ewe. I think they're pretty similar from the standpoint of the way they're designed. I'd take a little condition off of the bigger Dorset Advantage ewe. And then the ewes here on the end are just further away from being where they need to be from a condition standpoint. They're pretty thin today. It's hard to determine what we've got in terms of rib shape, in terms of volume, until they get just a little more maturity, a little more time on feed. But I still think they're a pair that are built right from the ground up and can be really good for these young people. Congratulations.
Entering the ring now will be our all other breeds for our yearlings. Here's the results of your lamb class for all other breeding ewes. Blue ribbon winners include Colton Carmen from the Shelton FFA, Colby Carmen from Shelton FFA, Jaylee Kramer from the Adams Central FFA, and Lindley Schwartzendruber from the Shickley FFA. Purple 2 will go to Arabella Rossmeyer from the Shelton FFA, and first purple is to Lauren Richards from the Shickley FFA.
Well, a really nice pair out here in our yearling division, and I say that these are two really good sheep that represent their breed extremely well. you know, when we get them out here and you analyze, I think you study both ends of the skeleton, and the Cotswold ewe is one that for me is just a little bit cleaner. Right up through her breastplate and her chest floor, she's a little bit more opened up from hooks to pins, and she holds that width down through her hock and to the ground just a tick better than our baby doll Southdown ewe. I think both of these, again, are going to represent their breed. They're going to raise quality livestock within that breed for these young people. Just a nice pair of ewes. The Cotswold sheep suits me a little better when you study her off both ends. She'll win this particular class. But a good set. Congratulations.
Congratulations in our yearlings. For all other breed ewes, Leah Lambert from the Crawford FFA is your purple 1. Purple 2 will go to Lindley Schwartzendruber from the Shickley FFA. Now making the selection of your all other breeds, champion and reserve for the ewes.
Well, again, we've seen a variety of different kinds and shapes and sizes in here, but we've got quality out of each of those classes, and quality particularly in this line closest to me. I think there's a pair of sheep that maybe just elevate just a little bit when we compare them to the others that were out here in this breed. And, you know, when we get these two class winners out here and you compare, certainly we got a medium wool sheep that won the ewe lamb class. You're going to have a little more muscle shape when you touch her down her top, and when you study her there, you're going to get a little bit more of that out of a natural colored medium wool kind of sheep. The Cotswold sheep is one out of our yearling class that is so attractive and so skeletally correct that you really appreciate her from a maternal standpoint, from a skeletal design standpoint. It's a breeding sheep show, and you know, when we get them out here, ultimately we're trying to find sheep that are going to go home, that are going to breed and be productive, that are going to raise the kind of sheep that these individuals want to raise and represent their breed. And the one that combines the most good for me in this particular set is our Cotswold. She'll be your champion. We'll use a ewe lamb for reserve.
In our other breeds, congratulations. Your division champion is Leah Lambert. Reserve will go to Lauren Richards. Now we're bringing in our lamb class for our other breed rams.
Well, nice pair of rams, and again, really different in terms of size, in terms of shape and kind when we get them out here. So you got to find the one that puts the most good together in terms of skeletal design. And when these sheep walk in, they separate in my mind. I wanted to get my hands on them and make sure that, you know, what I thought I saw was right. But when they walk in, I think there's one that's just wider base, that stays leveler down his top, that elevates in his front end a tick better. He's not the big one in here, but he's the one that's the widest in terms of his design and skeleton. skeleton, and that's the Baby Doll Southdown. He'll win the class and be your champion in this division. I think the Dorset Advantage is one that you still can appreciate the look and the balance that he offers. He's one that I just need to pull apart just a tick in terms of his skeleton. Good set here. Congratulations.
In our Ram class for the Lambs, your Division Reserve and P2 goes to Liam Paper from the Pender FFA, your Division 1 champion, and P1. Congratulations to Lindley Schwarzentuber of the Shickley FFA. Now we're on to the flock.
Just a single entry here, but as we've talked about the sheep in their classes, we've got a yearling ewe that I thought was awfully good, that represented the breed extremely well in the yearling class. We've got the champion ram that I thought was one that's just really masculine, really attractive, and really structurally correct. And then the ewe lamb was one that was just maybe not quite far enough along from a maturity standpoint, but man, I love this one from the three-quarter view and the upper hip that she offers. So just a good set here, a nice flock. This young lady's got an idea of what she's doing and has a business plan to continue to move it forward. So congratulations on a good set of sheep. Thanks for the opportunity to analyze them.
And our congratulations to Lindley Schwartzendruber. She is with the Shickley FFA. She will be your flock division grand champion and P1. So as we move on to our commercial breeding ewe show, we are going to break these down. So classes 1 through 4, and then divisions will be selected. We'll take 3 from there. And then classes 5, 6, and 7, and a division will be selected. There'll be 3 from that division. They'll bring those 6 back in to choose your overall division representative for the final drive.
Well, nice lighter weight class as we move into our commercial division here. I think a sheep to win the class that does so extremely nicely for me, and I'll pick on her from the at the very beginning. Say I'd like to level her just a bit from hooks to pins, and you get one with that much muscle. At times they want to have just a little more roll to her, and she does. But you get past that, she's massive in terms of the width that she has down her top. She's really good in her center body in terms of her forerib. Big-footed, stout-made kind of a female, still feminine, still attractive up through her front end. Just a nice one to start this particular set. It would be closer in my mind between 1 and 2 if we could get this one just a little better in her mouth. She's just a bit off in terms of her jaw, and I'd change that about her, but this one is awful good. She probably is the shallowest hearted one in here. She doesn't have as much total width as a sheep that beats her in class. She's not as open in her center body as a sheep that beats her in class, but I love her design from the side. I love the shallowness that she has from the point of her shoulder down to her breastplate. That one balances up extremely well from the side, and that's where she gets around 3 and 4 in my mind. When we set 3 and 4 on the move, they're the ones that want to be just a little deeper fronted, maybe don't balance quite as nicely from the side as the top 2. I like the fact that this one's got a little more rear flank in her, probably gives me just a little more volume and body look as we compare her to the ones that come in behind her in class, but that's a nice female. Congratulations on a good set.
In the ring now is Lamb class number 2. Here's the results of class 1. Blue ribbon winners will include Haley Meyer from the Broken Bow FFA. Haley Meyer will also have a second one. Ellen Schmidt from the Fairbury FFA. Connor Calderon from the Sandy Creek FFA. Maggie Roberts from the Nebraska City FFA. Those are your blue ribbon winners. Purple ribbon winners will include Spencer Gisbera from the Wilcox Hildreth FFA and Allie Smith from the Sargent FFA. Second purple is Alexander Hyatt from the Wilcox Hildreth FFA, and purple 1 goes to Matea Roberts from the Maywood FFA chapter.
Outstanding class. Certainly the deepest class we've seen thus far in terms of quality. I think end to end in this particular class, there's not one that I want to put down there in this class. I think they're sheep that have all got some things about them that you can't help but appreciate in terms of just structural integrity and muscle and volume. I think it's a really, really good set. That said, this pair right here separates. I think when these two hit the ring, the question in my mind was how are we going to sort them? Which way we're going to go between these two sheep? Because there is a little give and take between the two. I think they are the two that suit me the best just in terms of skeletal design. Tall-fronted, smooth-shouldered, round-bodied, open-centered, big-hipped kinds of females that you can look at and say these are going to go down the road. They're going to produce, and they're going to produce high-quality offspring sometime very near in the future. I think when we compare them, yeah, we got a little more wool on this one, but we've also got a little more true foot size on that one as we compare it to the one that stands right behind it. When you get on this 3/4 view, we've got just a notch more width across the plane of that stifle, this ewe that stands in the front today as we compare it to this one. And as she walks, as she goes away from me, she maintains her width through her hock and to the ground just a tick better than this one. I think this one is probably just a little smoother in terms of the way she presents herself. I love that one in terms of the way her shoulder lays in her. Love the smoothness that she offers at that hip-loin transition. Can't find maybe quite as much sheep in her as we have in the sheep that stands ahead of her in the class, but that's a really nice pair to be 1 and 2 in this particular class. We don't fall off a whole lot as we start working our way down. I think in terms of overall design, this one matches our top two better than anything else that we've got coming in. When you handle her at the base of her shoulder, she matches that top pair extremely well, and she's probably as stout in terms of her construction as either of the two that stood ahead of her. I think she gets a little bit shorter-sided probably compared to the two that stand ahead. She's not quite as opened up in her upper hip from hooks to pins as the two that beat her in class, but I think as we compare her to the sheep that come in behind her, just that extra length, that extra extension sure suits me to let her fall into the top 3 in this particular class. That's an awfully good one in her own right. We get just a little shorter-sided on this next one coming up here, one that I want to stretch just a little bit. From a handle quality standpoint, from a muscularity standpoint, and when we get her propped up, she fits that top pair extremely well. It's when we set her on the move that she gets to be the lowest fronted. She drops out in her breastplate just a tick more than those three that stood ahead of her. She's not quite as extended. She's not as tall at the point of her shoulder. That's where I'd change her. But, man, you have to love the muscularity and the width that one has to offer. And then I think of our top 5, we got one here that you love from the side, but this does get to be the plainest in terms of her muscle, in terms of her shape as we compare to those that stand ahead. From a skeletal design standpoint, she's good as any of them. Dead level down her top, really attractive up through her front end. I need a little more punch and power in her to let her get up there with that very top end of this particular class, but that's a good female as well. Congratulations on a good set.
Class 3 of our commercial breeding ewes set to enter the ring. Here's your results out of Class 2. Blue ribbon winners will include Addison Fouch from EMF FFA, Lydia Donahue from the Central FFA, Taylor Saban from the Elwood Murdoch FFA, Josie Root from the Central City FFA. Purple ribbon winners are Seth Wart from the Central City FFA, Kyle Riak from the Wisner-Pilger FFA, Hayden Schroeder from the Wisner-Pilger FFA, Alexander Kite from the Wilcox-Hildreth FFA, and McKenna Ratchie from the Adams Central FFA. Second purple out of class number 2 goes to Viveris from the Thayer Central FFA, and first purple, congratulations to Justine Pope of the Shelton FFA.
Well, I think an interesting and challenging class in our commercial U division. Maybe not that one that just runs in here and starts checking boxes and puts everything together that we're looking for, but there's sure some intriguing pieces and some things with several of these sheep that you have to appreciate. I think the one that offers me the most in terms of skeletal integrity and stoutness and width is the ewe lamb that we start with. Yeah, I'd like to drop her tail head just a bit to level her when we set her on the move and when we study her, but she's so opened up from hooks to pins. She's so opened up in her center body and got so much shape and dimension down her top. She handles her feet and legs well when we set her on the move. I think she's got more cushion and more flexibility off her rear too than the blue sheep that stands right behind her. I love the outline of this blue sheep. She's so good-bodied, shallow-fronted, so attractive when we get her stuck here on the profile, but she does get a little constricted when you study her through her hock. She's not quite as flexible as the sheep that stands ahead, certainly not as opened up right in her center of her body. She certainly doesn't have as much turn and shape in her forerib as the sheep that wins it, maybe not quite as bold and open from hooks to pins as the sheep that wins it, but that's a really nice one just from an overall design standpoint. If we could clean up the front third on this one that I've got here in third, this one gets really interesting for me. She just gets a little bit coarser, wants to open up down in that lower shoulder a little more than I like when we compare her to some of the sheep that stand ahead of her, but she is so good from the middle of her rib back in terms of shape and volume down her top, in terms of hip. She's still attractive enough in terms of the way that neck ties into the top of that shoulder, feminine in her head and neck set. Again, if I could just take some of that lower shoulder out of her, I think she moves up and we probably have a pretty tight race towards the top end of this class. She checks a lot of boxes. That's a really nice female. I think when we start working our way down, we've got a beautiful sheep in fourth that there's just not enough of. She just gets too narrow from hooks to pins, too flat through the center of her leg as we compare to the sheep that stands ahead. Again, love her from a profile standpoint. Just needs more body and volume for me to work up further in the class. And then one that just gets a little plainer in terms of the way she's made coming up next in class. She's got some muscle. She's got some shape. She just gets a little plainer in how she puts it all together. I don't see quite the balance and the look and the eye appeal in her, but you can't help but appreciate the width and volume that she offers in this class as well. Another awfully good class. Congratulations to these exhibitors.
In the ring now is Class 4 for our lambs. This is the final class before our division selection. The results out of Class 3. Blue ribbon winners include Mackenzie Pitzmeyer from the Diller Odell FFA, Preston Bobenmeyer from the McCook FFA, Josie Ritter, West Point FFA, Sydney Patzel with Newman Grove FFA, Keelan Crumbliss, Sandy Creek FFA, Ebony Tripe with the Sandy Creek FFA. Purple ribbon winners include Emily Muntz with the Elwood Murdoch FFA, Taya Hamilton with the Nebraska Ag Academy, and Lindley Schwarzenderber with the Shickley FFA. Second purple will go to Maida Roberts of the Maywood FFA. And first purple, congratulations out of Class 3 of your breeding ewe lambs, exhibited by Ava Carnop of the West Point FFA. Just a reminder that the red cards are being handed out to our youth as they show. Fill out that QR code on the back, and once you have filled that out, we've got Dr. Deb Overbeck over here and somebody in the office. They've got hole punches. They will punch those cards, and they are good for a free scoop of ice cream down in the dairy store, which is, of course, located in the 4-H exhibitor building.
Well, another nice class. I think a ewe that wins the class nicely for me, just for as being the most complete in terms of her skeletal design, the extra length that she offers, the extra elevation that she's got up there her front end. I really like her in terms of the width and dimension she offers down her top, though, the way that she's made from her last rib back and the upper hip that she offers, the width that she has down through her hock and to the ground. And she still combines that with one that's really round in her forerib, really shallow through her breastplate and her front end. I think just a pretty nice one here to start this particular class. I think one in second that's a whole lot like her, but just in a little bit smaller package in terms of frame. You know, she's one I would stretch a bit from flank to flank. When you come in and study her from a handle standpoint, I want to pick her loin edge up and get that just a little better in terms of her handle. But I think she's one that still, for the stoutness that she offers, the width and dimension that she offers, is a pretty nice kind of female that sure's got some pieces that you can work with, and I think follows along nicely to our class winner. The one coming up next in class, if we could take a little condition off of this one and see what's really under there, this is one that might move up in the class because I think she's tremendous in terms of her skeletal design. Long-sided, attractive enough up through her front end. Again, she's just carrying enough condition. I can't determine what we've got in terms of true width and true thickness down her top, true shape right in the center of her body. We just need, for me, she's a little over-conditioned where we'd like her to be, but that's a really nice female as well. I think from there we get into one that's just a little coarser in terms of the way she's made up through her front end. Lots of muscle, no question. Ties a little lower, gets a little coarser about her shoulder, drops a little breastplate. Those are things that we'd change about her just in terms of the femininity and the look and the balance that she offers. From that point back, you can appreciate the width that she has. You can appreciate the muscularity and the dimension that she's got in her upper hip. And certainly, as we compare to the sheep that stands right behind her, we're square and leveler from the last rib back, and one that you can appreciate from hooks to pins as being more open and being more square and level than the sheep there in fifth, although we do really appreciate the extra extension, the look, and the balance that this sheep here in fifth has got. I just need to find a little more of her in terms of center body. Need to open her up and get her just a tick leveler from hooks to pins. Really good set here. Congratulations.
Bringing back our first and second purples of our commercial breeding ewes. For our first division selections, we'll be picking 3 out of these. Here's the results of Class 4. Blue ribbon winners include Camden Fedig of the Brady FFA, Lauren Brem of the Nebraska Ag Academy, Brendan Karkowski of the Loop City FFA, and Regina Penna of the Cambridge FFA. Purple ribbon winners include Carter of the Aquinas Catholic FFA, Alex Meyer of the Elm Creek FFA, Lauren Richards from the Shickley FFA. Purple 2 goes to Keegan Kirshner of the Sutherland FFA, and first purple exhibited by Jordan Mussel of the Wilbur Claytonia FFA.
Let's put our hands together for our lightweight exhibitors, if you would. Really a nice set of ewes out here representing the first four classes in our commercial ewe division. I think we won't talk in depth about each of these, but just in pairs out of our lightweight class, I thought we had a really nice pair and a good way to start this particular division. We had one that just handled with so much mass and power down her top. Maybe wasn't quite as balanced as the sheep that was second right behind her, but there was just so much more volume and power in her. She suited me just a notch better, but I thought a really nice pair there out of the first class. Loved the pair out of the second class in terms of the way that when those two walked in, there was, in my mind, those were the two that were going to be at the top of that class, and we were going to sort them as we got into that very top end, and they just continued to stay there. I think a pair that are shallow-hearted, that are tall-fronted, that are level down their top, that are big-hipped, that handle their feet and legs well, probably have just a little more cushion on the sheep that won that class in terms of the way she handles her back legs. She's probably one that when we get on the three-quarter view is the widest constructed and has the most width through her hock into the ground out of that pair. But we thought that, and I personally thought that was an extremely nice pair out of the second class. We had a really nice pair out of the third class as well. And honestly, those two classes were probably the deeper of what we had out here. But we've got one that won that third class that was just more powerful, easier on those rear legs, more cushion and more flexibility than the blue sheep. Maybe not as shallow, maybe not as balanced as the blue sheep, just so much power and so much more volume in her in that particular pair that she got the nod. And then the class that we just finished, we had a sheep that won the class that was the most balanced in terms of look and eye appeal and handle, a little straighter on her rear legs than I like, but I think one that compensated for that with all the other things that she offered. The sheep that was second behind her is one that maybe got just a little shorter sided, got just a little plainer in terms of the way she presents herself from the side, but just massive and opened up in her center body and really, really big footed. One we talked about, we'd probably fix her in terms of her loin handle just a bit. I think there's several out here that get into contention in this particular division, but I'll go show you the three that I like in order. If y'all would, let's give these kids a round of applause. We're going to pick three out of this division.
As we move on now, you'll see class 5 of our lambs in the ring. Here is your results going on to the finals for our commercial breeding ewe lambs. Justine Pope, Tavira Veras, and Ava Carnup. They were selected out of our first grouping and our divisions to move on to that finals selection of our champion in reserve for our commercial breeding ewes. And I should state breeding ewe lambs.
Well, another really nice class in our commercial U division. One to win the class that I just think does so nicely. She walks in and catches your attention as being the one that's really balanced, it's really skeletally correct in terms of the way she handles her feet and legs. Lots of cushion off both ends of her skeleton, really extended up through her front end, dead level in the way she's made down her top. Really good in terms of the way her shoulder lays in her. And then you got to decide, is there quite enough there? And for me, there is. She's got enough width when you handle her down her top. She's opened up enough in her center body, hooks to pins, and the width that she offers there, and the shape and width that she's got across the plane of her stifle. That's a good, productive kind of female that's big-footed and stout and wide and still really balanced and attractive. Nice female. This next pair was really close for me. I think you certainly could go either way with them. When I get them turned to the side, I just find more balance in this one in second. She's got that much more length aside when you study her from flank to flank and compare it to the sheep that's in third. I think she's got that much more height at the point of her shoulder. I think she's just one that balances when we get her turned to the side just a tick better. When we set her on the move, her chest floor stays up in her a notch better than the sheep in third. The sheep in third's probably got more shape and more expression as you work and handle her right at the base of her shoulder and working down her top. But I do think she gets just a little plainer, a little less attractive in terms of the way she's made in the front third of her skeleton. But I think that's a really close pair that you can put your priorities where you want to put them on them. That's a nice pair of sheep. Sheep in fourth just kind of falls out as being the one that gets the flattest through the stifle and the lower third of the leg, gets maybe just a little piecier in terms of the way she's made down her top. I love the extra length that she's got, and certainly that's an added benefit that she's got over the sheep that are in second and third right ahead of her, but she's not as wide constructed. She's not as big centered. She's not quite as opened up from hooks to pins as those two are. Still a really nice female here in fourth as well. Congratulations to this young man. And then the sheep coming up in fifth was one that just gets a little bit off in terms of that hip loin transition. I want to smooth that in her. I think when you study her and you set her on the move, she's the one that gets the closest at the surface and the closest at her hock as she goes away from us. If I could pull her apart just a bit, she might move up a notch in this class as well. It's a good set. Congratulations.
Moving. Oh, there's just Taya Hamilton.
this is an interesting class. Maybe not our best performance in terms of how we came in and got set up and organized, but this is an interesting one we're having to have here. There's parts and pieces I absolutely love about it.
As we have Class 6 in the ring, here's your results of Class 6. Blue ribbon winners include Ella Crumbliss from the Sandy Creek FFA, Spencer Gisbert from the Wilcox Hildreth FFA, Gavin Ruth from the Central City FFA, Micaiah de la Cruz from the Lakeview FFA, Kenzie Worth from the Central City FFA, Preston Bobenmeyer from the McCook FFA, Peyton Eisenhower from the Bloomfield FFA. Purple ribbon winners will include Grant Mussel from the Wibber Claytonia FFA, Matea Roberts from the Maywood FFA, Cameron Fadeg from the Brady FFA. Second purple exhibit to Viras of the Thayer Central FFA. And your first purple, congratulations to Colburn Clausen of the Cambridge FFA.
Another nice class in our commercial U division. I think we've got one that wins a class nicely, and then one to follow her with that's pretty logical. These two kind of separated from the remainder of the class in my mind, just in terms of width and thickness and stoutness and the way that they're built and the way that they handle their feet and legs as we ask them to go. The sheep that wins it is so attractive, though, up through her front end. She stays really shallow up through her breastplate and her front end. Her shoulder lays in her right, dead level down her top. I love the way this one's made from her last rib back and the width and thickness that she's got in her upper hip. She combines that with a width all the way to the ground and foot size. Just a really complete, really nice female to win this class. I think the one in second, we don't have much fall off. Maybe not quite as attractive when you study her right up through her breast and through her front end. She probably gets just a nickel deeper in her chest floor than the ewe that stands right ahead of her. When you start right behind her shoulders, she's pretty similar to her. She's big topped, she's level down her top, she's big ended, probably as big footed and stout made as anything that we had in the class. A really, really production oriented kind of female that maybe gives up just a little of that extra bells and whistles up in the front end that we had in the ewe that wins the class, but that's an awful good one in second as well. I think, we start getting into some ewes that have a few more question marks on them after those top two. This one here in third is extremely balanced and attractive from the side. I need a little more of her, just a little more turn and volume in her forerib and her senior body as we compare to the two that stand ahead of her, but you got to like her skeletal design, the way that she handles her feet and legs. You got to like the levelness that she offers down her top and the look and extension that she's got up in her front end. I think she probably, as we compare her to some of the sheep that come right in behind her, is as good from hooks to pins as most of the sheep that follow her in class, and she's better in terms of balance and look and eye appeal. Just an awful nice, complete kind of female falling there in third. I think this one here in fourth is one that maybe does get just a little deeper when you study her up through her chest floor and her front end. Probably not quite as complete in terms of balance and extension up through her front end as the three that stand ahead of her, but you got to like this one in her center body. She turns great in that rib, a high volume, high capacity kind of female that you sure can see a lot of quality in as well. That's a nice female. And then rounding out our top five, we got one over here that to me just got to be the narrowest of the very top end of the class. One that I appreciated from a balance and from a skeletal design standpoint. Just got to pull her apart to let her work up further in this particular class. Good set. Congratulations.
In the ring now is Class 7 of our breeding lambs. After this, we'll do another division selection. Your blue ribbon winners coming out of Class 6 include Aubrey Gardelucian from the Lakeview FFA, Liam Paper from the Pender FFA, Taylor Shaw from the Anselmo Murno FFA, Haley Downing from the Palmyra FFA, Kenzie Wart representing the Central City FFA, Jalen Clement from the Central FFA, Grace Mitchell from the O'Neill FFA, and Shaylee Sanderson from the Pender FFA. Purple ribbon winners will include Lauren Johnson from the Palmyra FFA, Elizabeth Skabinski from the Ord FFA, Erica Donahue from the Central FFA, and Braden Wegson from the York FFA. Second purple will go to Kaylee Collins from the Northwest FFA, and congratulations, first purple out of class number 6, Jalen Clement of the Central FFA.
Another really nice class in our commercial U division. I think we've got a pair towards the top end of this deal that just separate just a bit. And that said, we got one that wins it really nicely for me. This ewe hits the ring and demands your attention. She's tall-fronted, she's shallow-hearted, dead level down her top. She's big-hipped, she's big-footed. She's still really feminine and really attractive up in her front end. The only question I've got with her is I don't like the hook in her vulva, but I think that's something that we'll have to play out with her in terms of what she may be able to do. Typically, that's something that we may be able to get around. That's really, really a nice female. Sheep coming up in second is one that's very similar to her. Probably gets a little more out in her shoulder as we compare it to the sheep that wins it. Maybe a notch deeper from the point of her shoulder down through her breastplate. But that's getting picky on a female that I think's awfully good. She's big-bodied, she's big-footed, she's big-ended when we come in behind her. Another one that handles with a tremendous amount of shape and expression down her top. Just an awfully nice female that I think's very production-oriented. Those two just had more width and more dimension as we compare them to the ones coming in behind them. This is a really balanced female here in third, and one that you have to like when you get her turned to the side. She's extremely up-fronted and tall-shouldered. She's really smooth in terms of her design, but then you get on the three-quarter view and you find of our top three, she's the narrowest in her upper hip. She's the flattest in her forerib. We need to change that about her and just get a little more volume in her as we compare to the two that stand ahead. But I still think as we compare to the one behind, she's better in her rear flank. She's got a little more extra length in terms of total length of side as we compare to the sheep that comes up next in class, and she lays in her shoulder and her breastplate better than this one. This one's got as much muscle and as much power as the one that stands right ahead of her. Maybe just doesn't balance quite as nicely as the sheep in third, but I think this is still a really high-quality female that we've got here in fourth place as well. The one coming up in fifth is one that for me that just got a little coarser in terms of the way that she's made. I think she's one that gets out in her shoulder the most of our very top end. Probably gets to be the flattest right up through her forerib that we had in the very top end of the class, but one that handles with tremendous amount of muscle and shape down her top as well. Good set. Congratulations to these exhibitors.
Bringing in our last three classes to pick our division. Here's the results out of Class 7. Blue ribbon winners include Emma Hall from McCool Junction FFA, Avia Grodelution from the Lakeview FFA, Kimber Schwishall from the Meridian FFA, Kaylee Eisenzimmer from the Ogallala FFA, Aubrey Grodelution from the Lakeview FFA. Also, we'll go to Allie Smith of the Sargent FFA and Bailey Hall from the McCool Junction FFA. Purple ribbon winners will include Haley Downing from the Palmyra FFA, along with Braden Wegzern from the York FFA. Purple 2 goes to Keegan Kirshner of the Sutherland FFA. And first purple, congratulations to Callie Collins of the Northwest FFA.
Well, if y'all would, let's congratulate these kids in our heavyweight division. This has been a fun division to sort through to wind up with these 6 back out here, and I think they're extremely high quality representing each of these classes. You know, in each of the classes, I made the comment that we got a top pair that kind of separated from the rest of the class, and we get them back out here, and it's pretty evident why that was. But then I also said that in each of those classes, we still had a class winner that was really logical to me, that was just a notch better and a notch more complete. And I think when we compare out here what we've got, this first place line of sheep are awfully, awfully good. And a pair of 3 sheep out here that I think give you the right kind of look from the side. I think they're the 3 sheep that, you know, if you start with good skeletons and you just continue to focus on finding livestock that have good skeletons, you'll end up with good livestock at the end of the day. These 3 have got good skeletons. They handle their feet and legs well. Their front ends are laid in them right. Their shoulders in them the way it ought to be. Their head and neck placement's where we need it to be. They're tall-fronted, although there's some differences there, and that's going to be ultimately where we sort, I think, our top 3 that we've got out here. They're also really level down their top. They're big-hipped. They're wide-based. They're stout individuals. I think they're 3 elite kind of females that represent these 3 classes. When I set them on the move, they sort themselves. There's one that there's just a little more of her. She's one that's probably got the most in terms of center body. She's the biggest hipped. She's the one that offers me the most in terms of true volume, and she's still extremely tall-shouldered. She's followed with one, in my mind, that's very similar in terms of type and kind. Got the extra length of body, got the extra elevation up through her front end. Certainly not quite the power that we've got in our champion out of this particular division. And then the third overall is one that's just as powerful, that's just as stout, but when we set her on the move, she is the one that wants to be the lowest fronted and kind of get out of balance a tick compared to the 2 that stand ahead. I'll go show you the 3 I like in this particular division. I think they're all outstanding, and these kids deserve a big round of applause. If y'all would help me with that, I'll go get your champions picked.
Single entry for our yearling commercial breeding ewe. Your results of your commercial breeding ewe lambs. In this division, Callie Collins is first, Colburn Clausen is second, and Jalen Clement was third.
Well, just a single entry in our yearling class, but a high-quality female, one that certainly is production-oriented. She's big ribbed, she's big-bodied kind of a female, but still really smooth and attractive in terms of the way she's built up through her front end. As she goes around the ring, she handles her feet and legs extremely well. Lots of cushion as she goes away, lots of balance and attractiveness as we get her stopped and propped up out here on the side. This young man's got a really nice single entry yearling female. Congratulations.
And congratulations to Colby Carmen from the Shelton FFA. He'll be your division grand champion. Bringing all the ladies back in for your selection of your commercial breeding ewe.
Well, it's a lot of fun to sort these commercial ewes. These young people have done a really good job getting them shown. Let's give them a round of applause if you would. The quality in this division, I think, has been outstanding, and I knew it would be. That's what you expect when we get into a commercial ewe show at a state fair of this magnitude. You would expect to find sheep like this that we can walk back out here and have a champion drive in this particular division that would be this kind of competitive, and I certainly think we've got some sheep. Don asked me, can you find 4? And I don't think that's a problem. It's narrowing it to 4 that's the problem. These are outstanding in terms of the way they're made and the way they're built. I think the quality's good in each of these weight divisions, and our yearling also is an awfully nice kind of a female. I've used a term elite a few times with a handful of these sheep, and that's where it comes down to me. Is I think there's some out here that just have those extras in terms of balance, in terms of eye appeal, in terms of structural integrity, and the things that set them apart, and that's why they're back out here. But I do think there's about 4 or 5 out here where you have to make some decisions, and you have to kind of sort and determine the ones that suit you the best. There's one that I think handles this thing really nicely, that I think is just outstanding outstanding. Then as I start to find 2, 3, and 4, I'm going to sort them just a little more, and I'm going to look at these sheep just a little more. I'm going to get your champion picked, and then we'll go pretty quickly, but I'll show you what I like in terms of 2, 3, and 4. These sheep are going to sort, in my opinion, on width, on balance and look from the side, on what they offer from hooks to pins, and they've got in their upper hip, the stoutness that they offer at the ground, and then again, that elevation at the point of their shoulder, the shallowness that they offer up through their chest floor, and the look that they offer up through their front end. That's how they're going to sort in my mind. I know which 4 it's going to be. I'm still, in my mind, sorting through them just a little bit in terms of how they're going to place in that top 4. Y'all give them a round of applause. I'll get your champion, and then I'm going to study just a little more. Congratulations on a great set of commercial ewes.
Entering the ring now will be your commercial breeding ram lambs. All born in January and February of this year. So your overall commercial breeding ewes, first will go to Callie Collins, second is to Colburn Clausen, third was to Justine Pope, and fourth to Jalen Clement.
Nice set of ram lambs in our commercial division. A nice pair to start with, in my opinion. Certainly different. Certainly different in terms of endpoint, in terms of maturity, and where we are today. But I think a nice pair that each has a place and each has some things to offer that you really have to appreciate. The one that suits me is the young lady's ram. There's just more width and more power and more muscle in this one when you put your hands on him, when you study him. He's a notch bigger in terms of his forearm and his foot size as he goes away. He's the biggest hipped. He's the widest in terms of his base in this particular class. I think he's one that, yeah, maybe we'd want to see him just a tick bigger, but he's probably big enough in terms of where we need to be in this particular industry. That's a pretty nice ram. Ram here in second, yeah, you like his frame size. I like his extra length of side. I just can't find quite as much muscle and power and product in him. No question, his sexual maturity is further along than the sheep that beats him in class, but maybe not quite as much muscle. I think of a similar pair coming up next, a pair that you can sort when you put your hands on them. We just have more shape and more expression in this ram here in third as we compare him to the one that stands right behind him. They're a nice pair in terms of balance and in terms of look from the side. They're level down their top, but stand right here and study or get on this 3/4 and study. The ram this third's just got more shape and turned down low than this one in fourth that does want to flatten and funnel just a tick towards a hawk, and that's where we would change him. Again, nice handle down his top, just needs a little more when I come right in behind him. I'd probably change the freshness and condition of this one coming up next in class. He doesn't handle with quite the muscle texture that we've got in some of those that stand ahead of him, but I think he's one that you can appreciate the rib that he's got and know that he's going to be one that will just continually get better. I think as we get more condition on him, the sheep is built right, just not quite as far along today. And then one that's less mature is the young lady's ram here at the end, one that I think is really balanced when you study him from the side. I like the look and handle that he offers down his top. I need a little more testicular development in him for a sheep that's, is at the age that he is, being a January or February ram lamb. I need a little more frame and a little more muscle today. But I think that's just a factor of he's not quite as mature as some of those that stand ahead of him. Good set. Congratulations. two nice flocks in our commercial breeding sheep division. We've got a set over here that maybe just today have a little more volume, a little more muscle. I commend both of these young people that own these sheep. They both know what they're trying to do. Their ultimate goal is to breed and raise lambs that they can show and sell and be proud of, and I think they're both on a nice track to get that done. We've got a little more volume and a little more muscle over here today. We've got some sheep over here that are certainly greener and younger, but still has some look and some things to offer. So I think these young people are going to have some success down the road. Let's give them a round of applause. Putting a flock together is a tough thing to do. Congratulations to all of you.
As we hit our supreme drive here on the sheep side, our all other breeds ewe champion was to Leah Lambert from the Crawford FFA. All other breeds ewe reserve champion Lauren Richards from the Shickley FFA. All other Your commercial ewe champion was Callie Collins from Northwest FFA. Your reserve champion, Coleman Clausen from the Cambridge FFA. In the Dorset ewe, Josie Ritter of West Point. Your reserve was Arabella Rothschmeyer from the Shelton FFA. Your Hampshire ewe champion was Colburn Clausen of the Cambridge FFA. Your Hampshire ewe reserve was to Lexi McGraffey of Crete FFA. Your champion Southdown ewe exhibited by Carter Check of Aquinas Catholic FFA. Your Southdown ewe reserve was to Kenley Fadig of the Brady FFA. Hey, Don. Don, if you could come over here for a quick second. To all our sheep exhibitors and families standing and watching, after our Supreme is selected, we do have a very special award that's going to be handed out, so we would like you guys to stick around for that, especially if you have a Whiteface in the ring for this Supreme Drive.
Well, first thing let's do is put our hands together for the kids in our champion drive out here. It's been an outstanding breeding sheep show this afternoon, and a pleasure for me to have the opportunity to work through this set of sheep and showmanship earlier and find this set that we've got out here and these outstanding group of young people that showed to me today. It's just been a real pleasure and honor for me to have the opportunity to do this. You know, we won't spend a lot of time talking about the sheep. We've talked about them in class. We've talked about them in breed. I would just say that, you know, as we start looking for things and consistencies and pieces that kind of go together, it starts at the ground. And when I can find a set of sheep that are this correct in terms of their skeleton and their feet and legs, that offer some muscle and some width and some look and some balance. They're tall-shouldered. They move around the ring right. They present themselves right just about at any angle when we get on a three-quarter view, when we get on a side view, when you're looking at these sheep from the front, they all line up and give you the kind of look that we want to find, and that says a lot about the quality that we've got out here. I think they're outstanding. Before we go on with anything, I would just say that, you know, the folks that put this on, the superintendents, the people that kept everything lined up, the announcers, the ring help, who's a great sheep catcher, all of these individuals just did a great job today. They made my job fun and easy, and you young people made my job the most enjoyable because you were just such a pleasure to work with, just such a very polite, very humble group of young people. You parents and you ag teachers should be proud of what you've done here and the program that you built in Nebraska. It's been a pleasure for me to have the opportunity to work with these young people and to find these sheep. So let's talk just a little bit about the sheep before we go further. You know, we got to find 5, and I'll tell you, it gets difficult for me. I think there's there's three that I find pretty quick that work their way into champion reserve and third overall. And then I study a little bit in terms of who's going to be fourth and fifth, because I think there's a little bit of give and take when we get down to that level. And that's not saying that we're getting down. These sheep are outstanding. There's 7 or 8 out here that are deserving of a banner. I'm going to go show you the ones that I like, the ones that suit me the best, and then we're going to ask the Whiteface sheep to stay in the ring, and we'll go through them again for the award that was just mentioned. Let's put our hands together one more time for these exhibitors. I'll find your champions. Outstanding set of sheep.
Okay, if we can keep our Whiteface, if you have a Whiteface, please keep them in the ring. Again, anybody with a Whiteface, you please stay in the ring. All right, ladies and gentlemen. You know, for many years, our show ring was graced by a man with a gentle ease. Kerry Blue had a way of moving around the ring, quietly guiding our FFA sheep showmen, showing them where to stand and how to set up during ribbon placings. He was a very soft-spoken, yet his presence commanded respect, and the kids listened to him with the highest regard. In October of 24, we lost Kerry at the age of 75 to a tragic accident. A native of Woodstone, Kansas, and formerly of rural Shelton, Nebraska, Kerry lived with a true passion for life that included raising lambs. Through the Buffalo County Lamb Lottery, he opened doors for countless 4-H members, following their projects all the way through to completion, something that brought him great joy. His love for white-faced sheep and the breeding program, both 4-H and FFA, nurtured and will forever live on in Nebraska. Kerry and his wife Sharon were longtime members of our team sheep staff that you see here in the ring today, and their absence is deeply felt ringside. Today, in memory of our dear friend, the grand champion Whiteface ewe will receive a blanket dedicated to Kerry Blue, and we will share this with his wife Sharon. Don, I'll turn it back to you. And our very loud congratulations, our Supreme Champion breeding ewe, exhibited by Callie Collins from Northwest FFA. Your Supreme Reserve Champion breeding ewe goes out to Colburn Clausen of Cambridge. And our champion Whiteface ewe goes to Josie Ritter of the West Point FFA. Now we're bringing in our guys for a selection of our champion ram. And that champion ram, all other breeds, Lily Sporchendruber from the Shickley FFA. Your reserve champion, all other breeds ram, was Liam Paper from the Pender FFA. Commercial ram champion, Kenzie Wirt from the Central FFA. Commercial ram reserve champion, Braden Wegzern from the York FFA. Your Dorset ram champion, exhibited by Bailey Hall from McCool Junction FFA. And your Southdown ram, exhibited by Lauren Brown from the Nebraska Ag Academy. And your reserve is exhibited by Arabella Rossmeyer from the Shelton FFA.
A really nice set of rams out here as well. Not huge numbers in the ram show, but I think you can see some rams out here that are quality that these young people can be proud of, that are going to help them in terms of what they're trying to do in each of the respective breeds that are represented out here. For me, there's a pair that just have a little more muscle, a little more stoutness to them today. And then I think there's a third one, and this is where it gets pretty close for me. There's a third one that's probably the most like them, that maybe we'd pull apart just a little bit when we come in behind him, but I think overall he's one that balances nice, that's got some stoutness about him, that's got some width when you get right in over the top of him. I'll show you the three that suit me in this particular drive. These kids have done a really good job with these rams, so let's give them a big round of applause if you would.
And congratulations, your Supreme Commercial Ram Champion is exhibited by Kenzie Ward from the Central FFA. Reserve goes to Braden Wegzern from the York FFA. Market Lambs is what we will have tomorrow morning, bright and early at 8:30. Thanks for attending, and we will, of course, encourage you to enjoy the rest of your evening here at the Nebraska State Fair.